All in. They're off. Zooming Little Twist was quick to break the line. Now Louisiana Girl, Just a Blue Peanut. And here's Royal Sin from the rail past the 220. And Dash Tracks is also launching late. They come past the final 110 yards. It's Dash Tracks. Hits the front. Dash Tracks for Orlando Pino wins it from Royal Sin. Our Louisiana Girl, Just a Blue Peanut, and Zooming Little Twist. And the and the Roth. The Love Wagon was quick out of there, squeezed back both Sunday's Best and Jess Tempted took toward the rail. It's Jess Royal Wagon who leads toward the inside past the 110. Charging, here comes Black Train B along with the Love Wagon. In between horses, Sunday's Best who was hampered early. Sunday's Best along with, there's Black Train B who dived out at the line from Sunday's Best. And the Roth streaking down the beach. The Dirty Wagon Encore's first act. Drifting back 3 times a lady. Coming inside the final 220 yards. Here's Our Sweet Maggie May. Then toward the inside Pack and Billy along with Running Wide Open and HF Pick 6. They're close to home. It's the Dirty Wagon. The Dirty Wagon Encore's first act. The Dirty Wagon for German Rodriguez. Beats home Encore's first act. Our Sweet Maggie May. Then streaking down the beach. And the Roth. And whereas Wilson was quick to break the line, along with Copa Cartel, drifting back now through the field. Here's Piloted by an Angel for Juan Marquez past the 220. Late bid My Royal Jess End on the outside. This lady's on fire, but she's piloted by an Angel. She's 4 for 4, decisive win in this trial. Second photo, My Royal Jess with. Where's Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Having fun at Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside
Always.
Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. Great to have you with us. Great to be back together again as we wrap up a racing week. Sunny, fast, Exmark Mowers Turf Course firm, rail at 36 feet. Another round in the Grayson Grass Challenge as you and the other 7 handicappers take to it in race number 8 here today on Firm Turf.
It never fails. Whenever I brag about myself, I always jinx myself. So the day before yesterday, I was like, haha, beating boys is my business, and business is good. And I got a big goose egg.
Along comes the anonymous man.
But hey, Scott crushed yesterday. Everyone except me won, which is great because, I mean, everyone needs to get on the board. We have to raise as much money as possible for equine research. So I was really happy for all the boys who did an excellent job handicapping yesterday. I notoriously overthink stakes races. I'm not going to lie to you. I always say it. I literally think over handicap and just overthink stuff. So, but I'm not making excuses. It was a wonderful day, and we're going to do it again today for race 8.
And by the way, cheers to our handicappers, the bettors, fans that joined us here yesterday. Again, another good-looking day. We'll get to Kyle on the WRTV official race day forecast in just a moment. But the Peony Stakes yesterday, Bucaro Stakes yesterday. I mean, great pools in the exactas and also in that race. I mean, over $444,000 that Peony Stakes alone. So cheers to the bettors. Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we're on a group racing text, and we always make fun of Eric when he's out of town. Joe Morris always gets us these really high, purses. But I totally credit Bree and I yesterday for that because we created so much social media buzz that everyone decided to bet on us. So I'm going to tip my hat to Bree Mott from Stable Duel because her and I
I were the true MVPs yesterday.
And I did see that tweet with Bree, you, and winning jockey Marcelino Pedroza Jr. after Team Block took out the Vaqueros.
Yes, which was really funny. He won last year on Bumble of Love, and then this year Rodney gets that mount, and he still wins the Buquero. So very, very happy for him, who had a riding double yesterday.
So terrific to have a stakes race named for that Indiana-bred Buquero, of course, a multiple stakes winner. I mean, I love the fact that, Tim, I remember it as if it was yesterday. I mean, bringing that horse over to the King's stand at Royal Ascot.
I will never forget
Tim Gleishaw, the top hat and tail.
That was the best. I swear to God. I remember when I was waiting when he told us that he was going. I was like, oh, I can't wait to wake up on Saturday and see him in a top coat. And honestly, Harlan Malter is a friend of mine too, who is an owner of Buquero. Hey, Harlan. And he is I would call him a classy New York guy. Like, he's like really a great guy. And him in a top hat. And I'm pretty sure that Harlan like coached Tim through that whole situation. But yes, a very, very classy guy who is standing at stud in Florida. So definitely check him out. Yeah, a trainer like Wesley Ward, no stranger to going from our shores over to the UK to compete there at that, of course, top-notch, world-class Royal Ascot meet. But when Tim sent over Buquero, a lot of eyes here in the U.S. were on that horse, and he acquitted himself very well. Real tried and true state-bred champion is Buquero. Well, I mentioned it's Kyle at the weather desk here for the official race day forecast. Let's check in with WRTV. Kyle, it's yours.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Kyle Mounts here with a check of your forecast, and the great weather continues to roll on this week. At 3 o'clock, we've got those temperatures in the middle 80s. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds out there by 7 o'clock, 82 degrees. Now, this evening into tonight, chance for a few showers and storms will be moving in from the northwest. This is 9 p.m., but also notice what happens. Those showers start to fall apart as they track across the state.
Rachel's just twisting my arm for post-races talk.
I think we're going to go to beat up
12 races. We had those 4 trials yesterday. Hey, really quick, piloted by an angel, Juan Marquez. Randy won 3 races, 3 trial races. But, boy, she's 4 for 4. Juan Marquez, boy,
she's a beast. That horse
talent.
is a beast. She's, 4 for 4. And like I said in my handicapping, you think half a length isn't a lot, but in quarter horses, that's a lot. I mean, you're down.
Open lengths.
Yes, open lengths she's won by, which is, and yesterday, how many lengths was it? You think 2? I was
3.
I was skewed because I was in the tent, so I'm a little bit behind, so I couldn't really tell that. And I meant to ask you what you thought it was, but
it's not the margin that gets you into the finals.
No.
Dash tracks. Tim Eggleston's been on a roll in these quarter horse
he has.
races.
And you know what? He has in thoroughbreds, and that's what I love about quarter horse racing. You can be third and still have one of the top 10 fastest times to get in the final. So it's all about those times with quarter horses. And yesterday was pretty exciting. And that final is going to be nice.
Looking forward to it down the road here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Today, 9 races on tap, including the 8th race. It's the next round for the handicappers, of which Brian Aragoni and Rachel McLaughlin are a part of the Grayson Grass Challenge, 3rd annual Grayson Grass Challenge. Today it's on the Turf Mile. And Rachel, it's our penultimate race of the day. Scratch theme, also eligibles, the MTOs, 12 Gopher Sherry, and 13 Wild Card Prado. How about a field of 11 to handicap in the body of the mile?
Eric keeps picking these races. I keep forgetting to thank him for picking such wonderful races. They're so hard to handicap. So you can believe honest. This is, I think, even some of the 10, 15 to 1s in this race have a nice shot. So I'm going to do what I normally do, which every single time but yesterday, and I know what B is going to say after we take a break when he comes back, is excuses. And I was worried about him. I was worried about you this morning. I was worried about him yesterday because he did not talk trash to me once yesterday about being the only handicapper that didn't hit the boards. And I always make fun of him. So he took the classy road. Good for you, B. And I got here after a few races because my brakes were shot. So I sent my Grayson Grass challenges at like 11 a.m. along with my handicapping. And then I had a lot of stuff to do with that. So today I'm doing what I normally do, which is I get the show done, I get the first race over with, and then I make my bets. Now, obviously, I already handicapped this and put my picks in, but 2, 7, 2, 7, 11 are my top picks. Now, to raise money for it, you got to try to find some horses to mix in those exotics. And I've had a lot of luck with the Exacta keys and Exacta boxes with a couple horses that might pay a little bit better. And I think Kim Hammond's Unbridled Beast looks interesting. This is a starter optional claimer for 15, and he was in an allowance optional claimer for 12.5 last time. Now that's 2 wins. 3 is a kind of an ask, I say, but that's what I'm going to consider. Moments moving up a little bit, but looks good coming from Belterra. Criminal Defense interests me, coming from a claiming for 30 to a starter optional claiming for 15. Just a lot of these you could make a case for, and that's just talking about what races they've come from. I haven't even talked about like the pace scenario or anything. And then the 3 and the 4 also. Those are just some that I think the odds will be higher. The 3 and the 4 are going to be right there. Joe Sharp trainee. Love to see when Joe brings his horses here. He spots them really well, puts them where they're super competitive. And I love me some Chris Hartman. We always hang out when I go to Churchill in the Gold Room. He also has brought a handful here, and they've done really well, which since he started bringing horses here in the last however many years, he has done well. So it's going to be tough to narrow it down, and I'm going to do what Brian makes fun of me for, but we're trying to raise money. I'm going to spread it across on a bunch of horses and hope something sticks.
$1,967 raised so far by the handicappers in the 3rd annual Racing Grass Challenge. Scott Ehlers led the way yesterday with one of his top picks, the Team
Scott.
Block horse. That was the running of the Peony Stakes, and of course Team Block's horse with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. winning the running of the Bucaro Stakes, all for the Grayson Jockey Club Equine Research. Quick commercial break here on the Thursday show as we wrap up a race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We'll be joined in just a moment by, racing analyst Brian Aragoni. His thoughts on the Grayson Grass Challenge and Pick 5 suggested ticket. Back with that right after this.
And me, of course.
Of course.
I decided to take over all sports. Because I'm here to announce the launching of my Caesars. Oh yeah, and yeah. Sound the bells. Release the doves and put some respect on Caesar's name!
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Back in action after 12 carded yesterday, only 9 on another beautiful Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race number 4 does kick off today's low takeout pick 5, 11.99% takeout. One of the lowest takeouts in the entire nation. Has been rewarding for many players who have tuned in each and every day. We had some big fields and some big pools yesterday, and I expect much the same today. And this pick 5 sequence is challenging. It looks void of a heavily backed favorite. There's no 4 to 5 or 3 to 5 that you can feel very confident in. You're certainly going to have to take a brave stand somewhere in this sequence. And throughout, I thought it was 5 challenging races, including that Grayson Grass Challenge in race number 8. We will be on the X-Mark turf course in races numbers 4, 6, and 8. And it starts out with a mile and a 16th for claiming 30,000. Not often you get to see the claimers going a mile and a 16th, but that's the case in here. I'm going to go 1, 2, 6, and 7. As you can see, my ticket certainly features a little bit of a long shot flavor. Re-ante, Tony Granite, Sammy Bermudez. These guys win at 17% when they team up. That's a horse who was closing a lot of ground last time out. We'll see if they can put together back-to-back races. And then Wicked Intent, 12 to 1 in the morning line, but really dominated a field of 8 last time out on the turf course. We'll see if they can do it again today. Race number 5, again, confidence factor very low. 6 furlongs for the allowance company, all bred right here in the great state of Indiana. And once again, when you get Indiana breds on the track, a lot of times with the meet being 127 days, they go back and forth beating one another. I think Unbridled Victory is the one to beat in here, but a horse like E Street Angel could be the one to bet, or even Don't You Remember. Turf to Dirt, cutting back in play. 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8 for me in race number 5. Race number 6, this is going to be where the single comes into play. Now, this is where we talked about being brave, bold, or brash, or maybe even stupid if we don't run all that well. But Hitch Pin for Randy Klopp, Joe Ramos. This is a horse who doesn't necessarily like the starting gate. Actually is going to be a handful for the starting gate crew as they were last time. I didn't expect this horse to run at all because Hitch Pin was a little bit of a linchpin in the starting gate, thrashing all over. But then he was only beaten by a half a length. And I think he can certainly handle the turf. Doesn't need the lead in here. And this is going to be a single for a horse trying 2 turns for only the second time and trying the turf for the first time. So it's a little bit of a guessing game in here, but I do think we'll get fair value, at least for a single perspective, maybe 5-2 or 3-1 in race number 6. Race number 7, I would love to do what Rachel does in the Grayson Grass Challenge for race number 7. I just bet all of them. I'd like to try and hit the all button in this race, but unfortunately the wallet certainly will not allow that. I know the wife would not appreciate hitting the all button in a 9-race field. So I'm only going to use the top 3 selections in here. 3, 6, and 7. We're going to try and narrow it down to Kaminsky Park, who comes in from Ellis Park amongst friends, and Big Nick off the layoff, going up in class, but really dominated last time out. Hasn't been seen in some time, but should come back well, and does come back protected. Race number 8, this is the Grayson Grass Challenge in here. All the bettors, all the tipsters, all hit yesterday with the exception of Miss Rachel. Very sad for her. So we're going to go 2, 4, 6, and 9. Haven't quite figured out how we're going to play the Grayson Grass Challenge. Certainly not going to bet as many horses to win as we can, but we are going to use 2, 4, 6, and 9. This is a very challenging end to a pick 5 sequence that could pay hundreds, but most certainly will pay thousands, if not tens of thousands today. I think this is a very tough sequence in here, and it rounds out with a group on the turf course that has been there, done that. Not all of them are in their career best form, but certainly can win a race on any given day on the turf. A mile rounds it out for that pick 5, and I can guarantee it will pay very well, and it might even pay better than betting every horse to win. What do you think, John?
All right, cheers, Brian. Enjoy that Dooley bobblehead of
Wasn't too
yours
bad.
through our dark days. We'll be back on Monday with the 2:30 opener. But really quick recap. Yesterday, mentioned the running of the Peony Stakes, and nice win there after covering a lot of ground. Bumble of Love, Rodney Prescott getting the victory in the Peony Stakes, and then the running of the Bucaro, mentioning a team block win there, beating jockey Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Robert Dobbs Jr. leading the charge.
Yeah, and Bumble of Love, even Chris or Brian said,
Big
Brian
race.
Michael, the trainer, said it. He was shocked that I didn't have it, which I was one of the only ones I think that I had her in 3rd. But I did. I told him before we started handicap, I said I overthought it. I definitely overthought it. And why wouldn't she come back and repeat win there? And then such a nice ride, an obvious thing for our leading rider, who's just having an outstanding meet. Marcelino Pedrosa on leading the charge. Like he said, makes it look easy. He makes it look easy.
Quarter horse wise, yesterday we closed Wednesday's card with 4 trials. 2 of those won by German Rodriguez for Randy Smith, who had 3 winners in those trials yesterday. The futurity trials, including piloted by an angel. That was Juan Marquez. Very fast qualifying time. She's 4 for 4. She'll go on to the finals. Dash Tracks was the fastest qualifier yesterday. Speaking of yesterday, Gene, Diamond Solitaire.
Yeah.
You had Gene mic'd up today. It's Devarius Douglas.
Yeah, you know, he actually stopped one of our cameramen and was like, "Hey, that's a really cool segment." So when I saw that he was in today, I said, "You know what? I'm gonna text Tavares and see what he says." So and he said, "Yeah, he would do it." So he is going to do the 5th race. He's on the 7 East Street Angel, who's coming out off of a romp and a claiming for 10, and is moving up into allowance rank. So we'll get his thoughts on moving up in class. I have to remind the trainers, they're having a hard time because when I ask them to do it and it's not like the best horse in their barn, they're like, well, but this is for I am seeing this as kind of an educational thing to teach people who are new to the sport about either first time in a new barn or moving up in class and what the thought is behind that. So I'm kind of going to have to start forcing people. But thank you to Tavares, and look forward to Mic'd Up in race 5.
Yeah, again, talking about East Street Angel, cheers to Tavares Douglas for doing Mic'd Up for us today. Again, maybe telling us more about her. She likes to train in the mornings. She doesn't like to train in the mornings.
Yes, tell us what kind of horse she is.
How she behaves in the paddock and things of that nature. And then she'll do her thing on the track under jockey Orlando Mojica Jr. Speaking of quarter horses doing their thing, racing here on Labor Day weekend, September 3rd. We'll have that early 10 a.m. kickoff that you and I both really, really love. But quarter horse racing, we start early. Jimmy Mack enjoyed it. Jimmy McInerney yesterday, he goes, I like those early starts. You get in there before some of the other tracks, but it'll be here on Labor Day weekend.
It's just because we're not morning people. He's used to getting up early because he's a jocks agent, so he's calling for the draw.
That's why I am
We are not.
Special Friday program September 9th at 2:10 p.m. And don't forget, how about Twitter trivia? We have Dooley's Legends. We have Racing Rachel's Warriors. 3 more winners yesterday, starting on September 1st. Oh, starting in September. That's Twitter trivia.
I know we're going a little long, but you're going to have to help me with Twitter trivia because I feel like you're a plethora of racing trivia knowledge.
It comes and goes.
No, I don't know. I've been around you for a while now, and I'm telling you, he tells me some stuff and remembers some stats that there's no way I would remember. So, John, Twitter trivia.
I'm telling you, pick up Racing Rachel's free tip sheet. It's been hot this week. Until next time, for Rachel McLaughlin, track announcer John G. Dooley saying, we're done. Have fun. Bye for now.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley, great to have you with us. Main track fast. The Exmark Mowers turf course rated firm, rail set at 36 feet. Fast and firm. Let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. 9 races on tap. From the opening maiden, starts at the 50-cent early pick 4, scratch number 2, Longer View, and number 5, St. Commissaire. Scratch the 2, Longer View, and number 5, St. Commissaire from the opening maiden. In the second race, maiden sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes. Number 3, On the Radar, 4 pounds over, make the 3+4. Race 3 starts off the 20-cent straight fire 6, jackpot $4,093. From the sprint, scratch the 8, Very Amelia. Number 8, Very Amelia, has been scratched from race 3. And our fourth of the day on the turf starts at the 50-cent pick 5. Takeout in the pick 5 here, 11.99%, firm and fast. And in the turf, no scratches. Number 10, Reveling, a change of rider to Rodney Prescott, add 1 pound to the program weight. Rodney Prescott rides the 10, Reveling plus a pound. And number 1, Rianti, 1 pound over, make the weight 116. Race 4 starts at the pick 5. In the fifth race sprint, no scratches, all weight run, no jockey changes. Number 6, Unbridled Victory, 1 pound over, makes it 116. Make the 6 plus a pound. 50-cent late pick 4 start with a sprint at 4:15. Race 6, maiden turf, no scratches, all 12 run. Number 12, Consider, a change of jockey to leading jockey, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. will partner a 26 race maiden. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. takes the call on the 12, Consider. No scratches there. Seventh race sprint. There are no changes at all in the seventh race at 5:19. Race 8, another card for the Exmark Mowers turf course. Scratch here the also eligibles. 12 go for Sherry and 13 Wild Card Prado. They were both entered as main track onlys. Turf firm, scratch the MTOs, 12 and the AE number 13. Race 9, last of the day at 6:20. A quarter horse juvenile allowance over the 350 yards. Fast, slight tailwind. Scratch the 2, Kingmaker Ivory. Number 2, Kingmaker Ivory, has been scratched. No rider changes. Overweights reported. Make the 1 plus 7. The 3, Rock On plus 6. Make number 4, 7 pounds over. Number 5, Tell 'em About It, 2 pounds over. Makes it 126. Number 7, AJK Forgiven plus 2. And the 8, WRS, Have a Dasher, add 2 pounds to the weight. Juan Marquez at 126. Scratch the 2, Kingmaker Ivory. There a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Fast main track for the opening maiden. Exmark Mowers turf course firm, rail set at 36 feet. We'll have the opener due off at 10 minutes past the hour today. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses are stepping onto the track for the opening maiden sprint. Over the 1 mile and 70 yards, they field of 6. Scratch 2, Longer View, and 5, St. Commissaire. Scratch the 2 and number 5 from the race card. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The start of our rolling doubles pick 3s and the early pick 4 starts with the maiden. Fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. At to the top of the stretch, number 7, Gallahorn is under veterinarian review. Once again, at the top of the stretch, number 7, Gallahorn under a veterinarian review. Joe Ramos has climbed off of number 7, Gallahorn. Late scratch, number 7, Gallahorn. By order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian, number 7, Gallahorn has now been ordered scratched. All bets here on 7, Gallahorn, refunds. Scratch number 7, Gallahorn. Late scratch from this maiden opener. Starts at the pick 4, fast and firm. After that late scratch in on number 7, Gallahorn, the horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile, 70-yard start for the opener. Scratch the 7. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. At the 1 mile, 70-yard start for the maiden. Prince Shim, first in. Andrea Rodriguez claims a 5-pound apprentice allowance. We're loading up. Angel Reyes, Super Liaison, has the rail draw. 3-5 on Ashwin's Orb. 10 race maiden. Leading jockey Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with 63 wins here this season. Now Ty Kennedy with Mr. Liberty in the black silks. That's Prince Shim getting fractious within the gate. This 1 mile, 70-yard maiden opener scheduled at 2:10. We're about 6 minutes past due. 1-2 favorite Ashwin's Orb. Now they back Prince Shim out.
All right, now the worst we can do is run. Look at that, you've already run better than what you had. Progress.
Late scratch number 4, Prince Shim. And we'll leave a quartet by order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Scratch 4, Prince Shim. Another late scratch out of this maiden opener, leaving a field of 4. Starts the early pick 4. Scratch 4, Prince Shim. All bets on the late scratch 4, Prince Shim. Refunds. With late scratches on 7, Gallahorn, and just now 4, Prince Shim, will be refunding superfecta bets. No superfecta here in race 1. Starts our rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the early pick 4. Again, late scratch on 4, Prince Shim, refunding all superfecta bets. Reloading. Again, Angel Reyes with Super Liaison. Now 1 to 5 on the 10 race maiden Ashwin's Orb with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Ty Kennedy, Mr. Liberty going back in. One more, Rodney Prescott with Jackie's Back. We're fast and firm and ready to go for the first of the day. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where 1 to 5 favorite Ashwin's Orb was slow to go. Drifts back to be a joint last for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Angel Reyes. It's Super Liaison, who just leads with the rail as Ty Kennedy sends Mr. Liberty in the black silks now for an early bid, and they have 7 furlongs to run. Then toward the rail is Ashwin's Orb, who's now running second to last. And in the yellow silks, while setting by Rodney Prescott, Jackie's Back trails the maiden quartet left here in the Thursday opener. 25.45 pokey early seconds for Super Liaison. 31-1 front runner. It's Super Liaison, who leads the way here by a half length to a close-up Mr. Liberty, as Ashwin's Orb is now drawing in for Marcelino Pedroza Jr., has a blue cap Ashwin's Orb. And Jackie's Back remains last of the 4, heading toward the half-mile pole. Super Liaison, Mr. Liberty's bid. Ashwin's Orb, 2 lengths away to Jackie's Back, who remains at the back of the pack. They head toward the far turn, half mile, in 54.48 seconds for Ty Kennedy. Mr. Liberty now hits the front as Ashwin's Orb looms up on the outside. The favorite 10 race maiden, here's Ashwin's Orb coming to take on Mr. Liberty as Jackie's Back now picks up Super Liaison, who flashed early speed but has dropped back to last as they come past the quarter pole. It's Mr. Liberty. Mr. Liberty floats Ashwin's Orb wide. 3/4, 1 minute 15.13 seconds. Jackie's Back up the inside. Super Liaison is last. 1 furlong to go for Ty Kennedy. It's Mr. Liberty gets those left-handers, and Mr. Liberty is holding on to this advantage from Ashwin's Orb, who battles Jackie's Back. It's Mr. Liberty. Mr. Liberty wins by 3. Jackie's Back edged out Ashwin's Orb for the play spot. (683) won the full running order after the opening maiden. 145.22. Number 6, Mr. Liberty. At 7-2 first, 8 Jackie's Back. 3-1 on the place horse. 3 Ashwin's Orb. 1-5 favorite ran third. Super Liaison, last of 4. Again, late scratches on 4 Prince Shim and 7 Gallahorn. Refunds on the 4, 7, and all superfecta bets. 145.22. Ty Kennedy takes out the first of the day for Jonathan Nance as Mr. Liberty. At 7-2 gets off the mark. in his 9th run, takes out the opening maiden. Returning to the winner's circle, the 6, Mr. Liberty, with Ty Kennedy. Mr. Liberty is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by American Freedom out of Freedom Rings by Proud Citizen. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Craig L. Minton. Jonathan Nance trains and co-owns along with Charlie Allen's Nirvana Farms and Craig Minton. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Mr. Liberty out to the maiden ranks at 7-2. 6-8 Exacta paid $38.40, 50-cent trifecta. Ashwin's Orb ran third. 6-8-3, 50-cent trifecta, $10.80. Refunds on superfecta bets, refunds. The 2, 4, 5, and 7 were non-runners. Favorite third. In the end, 4 faced the starter, Ray Kuick, 145.22. Second race maiden sprint here, all 8 run. No scratches, no junkie changes. 3 on the radar, 4 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, fast and firm. Post time for our second race in 15 minutes. Revised post time now of 2:39. In all cases, please make your selections and Horseshoe Indianapolis wagers early. Thank you. Coming up, our first replay of the day of the maiden. Hope you had a bet on Mr. Liberty with Ty Kennedy. Ready to go for the first of the day. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where 1-5 favorite Ashwin's Orb was slow to go. Drifts back to be a joint last for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Angel Reyes. It's Super Liaison, who just leads with the rail as Ty Kennedy sends Mr. Liberty and the Black Silks now for an early bid, and they have 7 furlongs to run. Then toward the rail is Ashwin's Orb, who's now running second to last. And in the Yellow Silks, ball setting by Rodney Prescott, Jackie's Back trails the maiden quartet left here in the Thursday opener. 25.45 pokey early seconds for Super Liaison. 31-1 front runner. It's Super Liaison who leads the way here by a half length to a close-up Mr. Liberty as Ashwin's Orb is now drawing in for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has a blue cap Ashwin's Orb. And Jackie's Back remains last of the 4, heading toward the half-mile pole. Super Liaison, Mr. Liberty's bid. Ashwin's Orb, 2 lengths away to Jackie's Back, who remains at the back of the pack. They head toward the far turn, half mile, in 54.48 seconds for Ty Kennedy. Mr. Liberty now hits the front as Ashwin's Orb looms up on the outside. The favorite 10 race maiden, here's Ashwin's Orb coming to take on Mr. Liberty as Jackie's Back now picks up Super Liaison, who flashed early speed but has dropped back to last as they come past the quarter pole. It's Mr. Liberty. Mr. Liberty floats Ashwin's Orb wide. 3/4, 1 minute 15.13 seconds. Jackie's Back up the inside. Super Liaison is last. 1 furlong to go for Ty Kennedy. It's Mr. Liberty gets those left-handers, and Mr. Liberty is holding on to this advantage from Ashwin's Orb, who battles Jackie's Back. It's Mr. Liberty. Mr. Liberty wins by 3. Jackie's Back edged out Ashwin's Orb for the place spot.
9 minutes to the second race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a 3-year-old and up maiden for Indiana bred, 6 furlongs, 8-horse field. The early favorite here, 9-5, is the 4. I'm going to go with the 7, though, on top. Golden Wrapper at 7-2 right now on the tote board. Marcelino Pedroza, our leading jockey, is aboard for Randy Smith, who has been our 7-time leading quarter horse trainer and has had some pretty nice thoroughbreds, a couple of good ones. And I think this guy right here is going to be one of them. Now, out of all 4 lifetime starts, has been second twice and a third. So 3 or 4 is not bad in the money. He's definitely paying for his hay and put up a nice 71 speed figure last out. Second versus similar as the bettor's favorite. Also has put up a sharp work as of late on August 18th. Now he does, I can't tell what his running style is. I think he could probably do both because he's at a second coming from pretty far off the pace, well, kind of mid-pack. And then this last one, he set the pace and got second. So I think he can do both, but he did a little bit better, obviously. Closest he's been was when he was right there on in the lead. That was a muddy track, though, at 6 furlongs. We're catching a fast track here. Definitely likes the sprint, as 3 of those 4 good races were just going one turn. So I'm going to go with Golden Wrapper on top, and then I'm going to go to the 4 at 5-2 right now, and that is Barnstormer. Sammy Bermudez is aboard for Randy Klopp and Roger Spieth. They are defending champions from last year's 2021 meet and also put up a 71 Brisnet speed figure last race. So this one, though, is only making its second lifetime start. But on debut on a muddy track and gets third, only beaten a couple lengths, that's pretty impressive for me. On the muscle, a little excited in the paddock, but like I said, this is a 3-year-old gelding who has only raced once, so this is still pretty new to him. Put in a bullet work on August 18th recently, a very nice one, 36 flat, just going 3 furlongs. But this is interesting to me, and seeing as how my top pick and Golden Wrapper were 2 and 3 last out together with the same Brisnet speed figure. That's kind of the thought process between going with the 7 over the 4. And then the 5, follow the money. Always follow the money. Follow the paper trail, ladies and gentlemen. Randy Klopp has 2 in here, and so I've got Klopp winning, and I've got him in third at 5-1. This one's owned by Liz Klopp and Julie Meyer, 3-year-old gelding by Overanalyze, an Into Mischief mare, making its 4th lifetime start. 1 second to his credit. It's kind of a best of the rest situation because that was by 8.5 lengths back on July 12th. Now, did put in an even 4th back the beginning of August, and then a bullet work on August 18th as well, 36 flat too. So this is an interesting race. I think these 3 are pretty fairly matched. Also, I do want to note that Tom has a horse in here, the 3 that I really like as well, but I had to make my choices. And the first-time gelding angle on Tim's horse definitely interests me. So this is a pretty wide-open maiden in my opinion. I'm going to go 7-4-5, though. 5 minutes to post on race 2. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the second race, this maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches, no jockey changes. The 3 on the radar, 4 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 were fast and firm. And race 2 due off soon. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. At 6 furlongs loading up, Rodney Prescott, No Man Can has the rail draw. Joe Ramos with Follow the Money. Tommy Pompel, Good Time Justice drew 6. Red Yellow Flames. Nanda Mahica, Circle Indy has joined the line. Now Rene Diaz with On the Radar. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. partners Golden Rapper. Now Sammy Bermudez with Barnstormer, like Follow the Money, both for Randy Cloud. Stand by. One more. Fernando de la Cruz with Leo's Roar. All 8 run. Second of the day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. Off and sprinting. Barnstormer was quick out of there. Quickly headed off by Leo's Roar. Follow the money, flashing speed, and here's On the Radar. Royal Blue with the lime sash, who now dashes up here for Rene Diaz, and it's On the Radar, who takes the front away from Barnstormer. Leo's Roar close third, follow the money, running in fourth by 2.5. Circle Indy is now running in fifth after a couple of furlongs. Then on the outside is Golden Rapper from toward the inside, Good Time Justice, and after an awkward start, No Man Can has drifted back to be eighth and a long looking last. The opening quarter for On the Radar. 22.65 seconds as they round the far turn. On the Radar, quickly tackled by Barnstormer, who's forged in front, coming toward the quarter pole. Leo's Roar follow the money in fourth. Circle Indy, Golden Rapper toward the inside. Good Time Justice end. The distant is No Man Can as these maidens come for home. Half mile in a flat, 46 seconds. Leo's Roar is charging now to take a short lead from Barnstormer between horses. Follow the money is boxing on. On the Radar gives way, then Circle Indy. They come past the 16th. It is Leo's Roar. Follow the money. Gamely toward the inside. Follow the money. Follow the money. Gains the lead for Joe Ramos. Follow the money to get and beat Leo's Roar. Then Barnstormer and Golden Rapper. $111.40 for the maiden sprint. 5.847. 111.40, number 5. Follow the money. 5-1 up in time. Reeled in 8. Leo's Roar. 12-1 on the place horse. Number 4. Barnstormer. At 9-5. Third and the 7. Golden Rapper. At 8-5, the favorite ran fourth in the maiden. 111.40. Hold all bets until official. Joe Ramos teams with Randy Klopp. Liz Klopp, Julie Meyer, getting off the mark in his fourth run. Follow the money at 5-1. The winning groom leading in number 5, Follow the Money with Joe Ramos. Follow the Money is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Overanalyze. Out of the Into Mischief mare, Easy Money. Bred in Indiana by Dennis Farkas. Randy Klopp trains for Liz Klopp and Julie Meyer. Making his fourth run, Follow the Money takes out the maiden in a time of 111.40 at 5-1. It's official. The 5.8 exacta paid $140.180. 50-cent trifecta 584, $157.95. 6.5 double 59.60. With Golden Rapper fourth, 10-cent superfecta 5847 paid $68.52. All 8 ran in the maiden, 111.40. Race 3, scratch the 8, Very Amelia. Number 8, Very Amelia has been scratched. State Bred Sprint features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double Pick 3, 20 cent Straight Fire 6 Jackpot, $4,093. Fast, firm, third race post time, 3:10. Off and sprinting. Barnstormer was quick out of there, quickly headed off by Leo's Roar. Follow the money, flashing speed, and here's On the Radar. Royal Blue with the lime sash, who now dashes up here for Rene Diaz, and it's On the Radar, who takes the front away from Barnstormer. Leo's Roar close third, follow the money, running in fourth by 2.5. Circle Indy is now running in fifth after a couple of furlongs. Then on the outside is Golden Rapper from toward the inside, Good Time Justice, and after an awkward start, No Man Can has drifted back to be eighth and a long looking last. The opening quarter for On the Radar. 22.65 seconds as they round the far turn. On the Radar, quickly tackled by Barnstormer, who's forged in front, coming toward the quarter pole. Leo's Roar follow the money in fourth. Circle Indy, Golden Rapper toward the inside. Good Time Justice End. The distant is No Man Can as these maidens come for home. Half mile in a flat, 46 seconds. Leo's Roar is charging now to take a short lead from Barnstormer between horses. Follow the money is boxing on. On the Radar gives way, then Circle Indy. They come past the 16th. It is Leo's Roar. Follow the money. Gamely toward the inside. Follow the money. Follow the money. Gains the lead for Joe Ramos. Follow the money to get and beat Leo's Roar. Then Barnstormer and Golden Rapper.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
The race in race number 2. We've still got plenty of action coming up, including some turf action in the next few races. But first, we'll take care of race number 3. This a very talented group of 3-year-olds and up. Optional claimers, all bred right here in the great state of Indiana. Now 9 minutes away. Do scratch number 8, Very Amelia, leaves us with a field of 7 colts and geldings set to contest the 6 furlongs in here. And I happen to fancy your favorite, Scotty's on Edge for John Ortiz, and Raylu Gutierrez shipping his services in here for what I can tell is his lone mount of the day. And he did so back on June 7th, where he came in for one mount. It happened to be on this horse, and they really dominated. They came in off of a long layoff, hadn't been seen since October of last year. There was question marks with the layoffs, but they put those question marks to bed because they dominated. And Sabolo actually won next out. Since then, they stretched out. It looks like a horse who certainly doesn't want to go 2 turns, in my opinion. I think ultimately will be a sprinter. Then last time out was bet down to 3-2. Sat in a perfect spot, about 4 lengths off the lead under our leading rider, Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and then just kind of dominated. It looked like a horse who really appreciated the cutback, beating Classic Max and Bonnie Bill that day. We'll see if Scotty's on Edge can get the job done in here. Looking for win number 4 in only start number 6, somewhat of a win machine, a perfect 2 for 2 at the distance. We'll see if Raylu Gutierrez can get the job done, as he expects, traveling over for one lone mount. But he's going to have to deal with a long shot, and I do think Ship Shape certainly deserves a look. This is a 4-year-old gelding who really runs his race each and every time. He didn't really run poorly at all on August 2nd. That was a race. He broke from the outside. The inner rail was somewhat golden. I don't necessarily believe in a golden rail, but that day, if you found the lead and you were down on the inside, it was very difficult to pass. And I thought Ship Shape chased okay. He did lose to Denang, who has since come back to exit that race with a win. But this is a horse who, in my time here, at least this year, has run his race each and every time. Now, he is only 1 for 5. He's got a little bit of a tendency to settle for less with 3 second-place finishes, but he doesn't need the lead, can press early or sit off of it, and if the lead is there for the taking, he's certainly shown that he can go to the lead. Maybe what the coolest thing is about this 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Midshipman is he's really run his race under the handling of 3 different trainers. Came here this year under the likes of Bob Gorham, then transferred over to Joe Davis. Now for Lonnie Hins, they've gotten a 2nd and a 5th place finish since that transfer, and I think 16-1 is just way too high a price on an Indiana bred who knows his way around this oval. We'll see if he can get the job done in here. It's ship shape, and it's a great price at 16-1. But Bandito de Amores, Deshaun Parker is going to be aboard. Now, do note Orlando Mojica has ridden this horse in almost every single start, but you can absolutely draw a line through that August 17th race. I'm not sure Bandito de Amores necessarily wants to go 2 turns. As you can see, most of his career, he's been sprinting. But this ride last time out, or this trip, I'll say trip, was disastrous. It was not a good trip. Certainly won't be on any highlight reels. The horse was bet down below 2-1 that day. No surprise that Deshaun Parker going to be aboard in here, hoping for a little bit of a cleaner trip. And it looks like the bettors may have sniffed this one out as well. 15-1 on the morning line. Currently 9-2, taking plenty of action, cutting back in play. This was a beaten favorite with a disastrous trip last time out. We'll see if he can get a clean trip under the guidance of a Hall of Fame rider like Deshaun Parker in here, the 7-year-old, looking for his first win this year, but he did have 2 wins last year. We'll see if he can get the job done. But I think if Scotty's on edge, is on his A game, they may all be running for second. But that's why the results are settled out on the racetrack and not in the racing form. A field of 7 goes 6 furlongs for race number 3 right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
The horses call postword now for this 3rd ranked sprint over the 6 furlongs. A field of 7 Indiana breds. Scratch the 8, Very Amelia. Number 8, Very Amelia, has been scratched. Race 3 of today's 9-carded features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3, 20-cent Street Fire 6 Jackpot, $4,093. We are fast and firm. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're now just 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 20-cent Straight Fire 6. Jackpot $4,093. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loading for this Indiana bred sprint over the 6 furlongs. Simi Bermudez with He's a Warrior. Manny Esquivel with Zorro Steel and the Lime Silks. Now Raylu Gutierrez with Scotty's on Edge. Loads a 4-5 favorite, Scotty's on Edge. Sean Parker with Bandido de Amores. Eddie Perez Partners, Ship, Shape, Went and Well. Tommy Pompel with Good Sugar. One more. Josh Morales with Manuelito. 4-5 on Scotty's on Edge. Up comes Manuelito to complete the line. Start of our 20-cent Straight Fire 6 jackpot. fast and firm. In the gate. And they're off. Manuelito broke sharp. Good Sugar speed. Azaro Steel settles. And there goes Scotty's on edge for Raylu Gutierrez. Scotty's on edge. Takes the lead now from Good Sugar. And Azaro Steel stays close to the favorite. And right there, he's a warrior looking to move through from the rail now in the red cap. Scotty's on edge just leads. He's a warrior. Azaro Steel. Good Sugar is 4 wide. As they go past the half-mile pole, Bandito de Amores running in 5th at the 3.5. Wide is Manuelito, and we trail back to Ship Shape. The quarter was 23.26 seconds to 3 furlongs from home for Sammy Bermudez. With the rail, it's He's a Warrior who leads Scotty's on edge. Azaro Steel, Good Sugar wide 4th, coming past the quarter pole. Bandito de Amores straightens away in 5th from Manuelito toward the rail, and Ship Shape trails the State Bred Sprint. Here come the Hoosiers. Half mile in 45.88 seconds. He's a Warrior holding on to this lead from Scotty's on edge, who will need to lift in the final furlong. Manuelito attacks from the rail. Far outside is Bandito de Amores, but close to home, it's He's a Warrior. He's a Warrior. He's 14-1. He's a Warrior 1 by 2 from Manuelito. Bandito de Amores gained 3rd. Scotty's on edge at 4-5. Finish 4th. One 1752, 110.38. Number 1, He's a Warrior at 14-1 first. 7, Manuelito, 7-1 on the place horse. Number 5, Bandito de Amores, 3-1 third, and 2, Scotty's on edge, 4-5 favorite, ran 4th in the State Bred Sprint. 110.38 clocked in. He's a Warrior, 14-1, starts a jackpot off. Sammy Bermudez for Terry Phillips, the son of Desert Warrior. He's a Warrior, upsets. Returning to the winner's circle, the 1, He's a Warrior with Sammy Bermudez. He's a Warrior is a 7-year-old bank gelding by Desert Warrior out of the Candy Ride mare, Candiana. Bred in Indiana by Larry J. Robbins. Terry Phillips trains Adones. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of He's a Warrior. $30 to win after the State Bred Sprint. The 1-7 exacta paid $191.60. 50-cent trifecta, $366.95. There's the result on the first pick 3 on the card. 6 with the 5 with He's a Warrior, the 1. Pick 3 paid $398.10. 5-1 double, $104.40. And with Scotty's on edge 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 1752, returned $221.55. In the third, 8 was a non-runner, favorite 4th. 7 ran. 110.38 for the State Bred Sprint. We go to the 4th. Exmark Mowers Turf Course Firm, rail at 36 feet. All 10 run. Number 10, Reveling, a change of rider to Rodney Prescott. Rodney Prescott will ride the English Channel filly, the 10, Reveling. 1 pound over. Also, number 1, Rianti, 1 pound over. Make the 1 + 1, 10 + 1. Rodney Prescott rides Reveling. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta bets, double, Pick 3 starts at the 50-cent pick 5. Firm, fast, and 22 minutes away from a 3:41 turf post time. And they're off. Manuelito broke sharp. Good Sugar speed. Azaro Steel settles. And there goes Scotty's on edge for Raylu Gutierrez. Scotty's on edge. Takes the lead now from Good Sugar. And Azaro Steel stays close to the favorite. And right there, he's a warrior looking to move through from the rail now in the red cap. Scotty's on edge just leads. He's a warrior. Azaro Steel. Good Sugar is 4 wide. As they go past the half-mile pole, Bandito de Amores running in 5th at the 3.5. Wide is Manuelito, and we trail back to Ship Shape. The quarter was 23.26 seconds to 3 furlongs from home for Sammy Bermudez. With the rail, it's He's a Warrior who leads Scotty's on edge. Azaro Steel, Good Sugar wide 4th, coming past the quarter pole. Bandito de Amores straightens away in 5th from Manuelito toward the rail, and Ship Shape trails the State Bred Sprint. Here come the Hoosiers. Half mile in 45.88 seconds. He's a Warrior holding on to this lead from Scotty's on edge, who will need to lift in the final furlong. Manuelito attacks from the rail. Far outside is Bandito de Amores, but close to home, it's He's a Warrior. He's a Warrior. He's 14-1. He's a Warrior 1-2 from Manuelito. Bandito de Amores gained 3rd. Scotty's on edge at 4-5.
Track announcer John G. Dooley here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with today's edition of Dooley's Data. We're now less than 3 months away from closing day here of the 2022 race meet on November 23rd, the day before Thanksgiving, as we look forward to the holidays here and, of course, then the start of the 2023 race meet at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A moment ago, we saw He's a Warrior from the round draw. Sammy Bermudez, 13-1, starting off that 20-cent Straight Fire 6 jackpot. Speaking of dirt sprints, that's today's edition of Dooley's Data with some stats courtesy of our friends from Horse Racing Nation. Again, we're now less than 3 months away from closing day, and so far we've run 51 sprint races over the dirt track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And, well, you can add to this stat. Just a moment ago, He's a Warrior popped at a price. 63% of the winners, that means 32, have come from the lead or a half length off the lead. He's a Warrior took it from Scotty's on Edge. Great ride there by Sammy Bermudez, going right on offense and adding to that percentage, that long odds. He's a Warrior starting off the Straight Fire 6 jackpot today. 24% of our dirt sprint winners have come from a stalker mode. That's up to 3 lengths off the lead. 14% of the winners, 7 out of 51, have come from off the pace as closers at more than 3 lengths off the lead. Again, these stats provided by our friends at Horse Racing Nation. And the average number of runners in our dirt sprints has been at 7.91. Cheers to Chris Polson and crew. So today's edition of Dooley's Data, again, as far as the dirt sprints go here, at least at Horseshoe Indianapolis, with still a lot of time, just under 3 months left in the meet, with closing day on November 23rd. It still remains a key, at least 63% of the winners. He's a Warrior, certainly a part of that, to be on or near the lead. We've got a turf race coming up on a firm Exmark Mowers turf course in 12 minutes. The rest of the way, good luck with all your bets.
Now just 9 minutes away from race number 4, which kicks off today's 50-cent Pick 5. 11.99% takeout on that Pick 5, featuring some big fields and some turf racing. Everyone's favorite out on that Exmark Mowers turf course for races 4, 6 and 8. We'll see if we can't continue to have some long shots, as we've had a little bit of a day of surprises thus far, as a favorite has not come home to score through the first 3 legs, including a 14-1 shot rail runner last time out on the dirt. This one will be on the turf course in here. It looks to be a wide open event right now. The bettors have settled in on Printers Road, 9-5 from a 6-1 morning line. That one's not going to grace my top 3 or my pick 5. Maybe they know something that I don't, but I happen to fancy number 7, Harvey's Princess. A Shard gets the call in here for Ethan West. That's a jockey-trainer combination that's teaming up at 16%. A horse that took a little while to figure things out. In fact, they didn't break the maiden until start number 7, but when they did, they really dominated a field of 11, and they galloped out a long ways back on June 9th. Then they shipped over to Colonial to take on winners for the first time. That's always a tough task. It ended up being a very small field, only a field of 4, but I noted that they were bet down to the favorite. In fact, they've been favored in the last 3 outings, but right now they're currently your clear second choice, of the bettors having a difficult time choosing between number 3 and 7, but Harvey's Princess has a tracking style that can be conducive to winning races. You just saw in Dooley's data, if horses aren't winning on the lead, they're winning just off of it. Now, I know that was for dirt sprints, but turf, very similar. It's been difficult on our turf course to close a lot of ground, especially when that rail is out at 36 feet. So I certainly want horses that are going to be able to sit close in here, and Ethan West does send out Harvey's Princess. He's also got Connect the Causeway right next door, who's 6-1. But down on the rail, this is another one, Re-Ante. I thought this horse deserved a long look, if anything, just for a long shot, a great horse to use underneath. But I do think Re-Ante is certainly a win candidate in here. This is a 3-year-old filly who does take on older. Certainly not all that concerned about a 3-year-old taking on older, as we now are in August. But second time on the turf, second time going 2 turns, and a horse who really was well out of it early. In fact, it was an 11-horse field. They were in 9th by about 14 lengths. It certainly looked like a quarter of a mile out early on in that race, but closed a ton of ground and finished very strongly. Like I talked about early in the race, they're behind by 14 lengths. They only lost by a diminishing 2 lengths that day behind a horse who I think is a good one in Stormy Wager, who took them gate to wire that day. Went off at 24-1. I'm expecting a decent price. Currently bet down at this point half of that morning line of 15-1. 7-1 on the board, but anywhere near double digits would certainly make this one a win candidate for me, or certainly a horse to use in your exactas, trifectas, and I do not want to leave off my pick 5 either. And speaking of leaving off your pick 5s, how about Wicked Intent? This is a horse who actually won last time on the turf course. Now, that's more than many of them can say, because a lot of these horses have yet to win on the turf. Most of them got their maiden breaking score on the main track, but Wicked Intent gets Santos Sanger aboard, 1 for 7 on the turf. Deshaun Parker was aboard last time out. It looks like he had opportunities to ride not only Wicked Intent, but also Harvey's Princess, and he opted for Printers Row in this spot for Sherry DeVoe. But Wicked Intent is another horse who has been consistent, if anything. The horse has picked up paychecks in 4 of 12 races for just under $30,000, and really didn't show all that much as a 3-year-old, but at least this year, a second, a first, and a third has really figured things out, not only mentally, but physically, as well as come back a lot stronger for the gray filly by Wicked Strong. I thought this pick 5 sequence, a challenging sequence. It is difficult to find a heavily backed favorite in here as Printers Row. Now drifting up a little bit closer to that morning line, but I'm going to go 1, 2, 6, and 7 in here. Deshaun Parker is commanding respect with Printers Row, but did not make my ticket in this spot. I thought races number 5, 7, and 8 were very challenging. In race number 6, we're going to take a stab, and usually stab singles don't usually pan out, but this is a horse who's trying the turf for the first time for Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos. 2 things about those guys: there's nobody hotter right now than that jockey-trainer combination of Randy Klopp and Joe Ramos. They're winning at an amazing 27%, and that's not a small sample size either. That's over 130 races, and they're still winning at almost 30%. Hitchpin, owned and trained by Randy Klopp, had a disastrous gate experience last time out, had every excuse not to run a step, but instead they ran great, only beaten by a half length that day. and now gets to try the turf course for the first time. And being by Texas Red, I have no doubt that Hitchpin is going to be able to handle the surface change to the turf. It's a stone cold single for me. You can't win it if you're not in it, and this one is bound to pay buco bucks when it's all said and done. Good luck.
The horses are called postward now for the fourth race. This over the Exmark Mowers turf course at a mile and a 16th firm rail of 36 feet. All 10 run. Number 10, Reveling, a change of rider to Rodney Prescott, 1 pound over. Rodney Prescott rides 10, Reveling plus a pound. Number 1, Rianti, 1 pound over, 116, the corrected weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta bets. Double pick 3 starts at a 50-cent pick 5. 2 minutes to post time. We are firm and fast. 2 minutes to the off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the Exmark Mowers turf course. Going to the mile and a 16 start. First leg of the 50-cent pick 5. Arriving at the gate. It's post time. They're going in. Andrea Rodriguez with the 5-year-old Lemon Roses. Rienty has the round draw. Sammy Bermudez riding for a double. Edgar Morales, Super Tail of Houdini coming up. Alex Achard with Harvey's Princess. Now Deshaun Parker, Printers Row. Joint 2-1 favorite with Harvey's Princess. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Connect the Causeway, drew 8. Josh Morales with Zazzy Dazzle. Navy Lime Diamonds. Manny Escobar. Only Time is in. One more, Rodney Prescott with Reveling, the English Channel filly. Over the mile and the 16th. Luck if you have pick 5 bet on. They're in the gate. And they're off. Zazzy Dazzle broke sharp. Toward the inside is Printer's Row. Rienty holds the rail. Here's the 5-year-old Lemon Roses. Super Tail of Houdini, another front rank, with Reveling starting a bit on the outside for Rodney Prescott to vie for the lead. With Super Tail of Houdini out to the stretch, Lemon Roses third. Printer's Row now fourth upon settling for Deshaun Parker as they enter the first turn. Then on the outside is Connect the Causeway, who's next, followed toward the rail by Rienty. In between horses, Only Time just inside, 6 furlongs to run. Posted wide is Harvey's Princess. We trail back to Zazzy Dazzle, and the gray Wicked Intent has dropped back to last. The quarter was 23.45 seconds as these fillies of mare make their way toward the half-mile pole with Andrea Rodriguez. It's Lemon Roses who leads at 56-1 from a close Super Tail of Houdini, who's running second by 5. Then it's Reveling just in third from Printer's Row against the rail, with on the outside Harvey's Princess now beginning a bid from 5th as they turn again. Rienty is a ground-saving 6th. Connect the Causeway in 7th, and they have inside 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Only Time. We trail back to Wicked Intent and Zazzy Dazzle. Half mile in 49.89 seconds. Here comes Super Tail of Houdini, who makes this move now for Edgar Morales. Super Tail of Houdini and Lemon Roses at the turn-in as Harvey's Princess now looms up for Alex Achard. 3/4 1 minute 13.18 seconds. Harvey's Princess took the lead, 1 furlong to go from Super Tail of Houdini. Rienty staying on between horses. Only Time the gray is charging, and deeper out is Wicked Intent with a late bid. They're close to home. Harvey's Princess. Harvey's Princess has won it by 3. Wicked Intent gained second from Rienty. Only Time finished 4th, and then Connect the Causeway. In 1 minute 44.41 seconds, 7-2-1-9, and the 8 ran 5th for the Grand High 5. First, number 7, Harvey's Princess at 2-1. 2, Wicked Intent, 23-1 on the place horse. 1, Rienty, 12-1 third. Fourth, number 9, Only Time, 5-1, and Connect the Causeway 5th for the Pentafecta. 144.41. Hold all bets until official. Alex Ashard gets the Cairo Prince filly home for Ethan W. West. Harvey's Princess, 2-1 co-favorite, starts off the pick 5. The result of the fourth race official. Returning to the winner's circle, the 7, Harvey's Princess with Alex Ashard. Winner's a 4-year-old bay filly by Cairo Prince out of Glide On By Pure Prize. This winner was bred in Kentucky by Harvey A. Clark, Paul Braverman, Sebastian Murat, and Stephen Shahinian. Ethan W. West trains for SB Stables LLC and Thorough Crowd. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Harvey's Princess. Wins the fillies and mare turf in 144.41. 7-2 exacta, 109.20. 10-cent superfecta, 7219, $268.80. 517 pick 3, 151.30. $1,007.41 for the pentafecta. 721 50-cent trifecta, $134.10. 50-cent early pick 4. There's that pentafecta. 72198. Connect the Causeway ran 5th. Pentafecta paid $1,007.41. Early pick 4, 404, $714.75. Claim 4, Zazzy Dazzle. $30,000 claim. New owner Paul King, trainer Aaron West, claimed Zazzy Dazzle. In the 5th, from the next sprint, no scratches, no jockey changes to note. 6 unbridled victory, 1 pound over at 116. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent late pick 4. Post time will be in 20 minutes at 4:12. And they're off. Zazzy Dazzle broke sharp. To the inside is Printer's Row. Rianti holds the rail. Here's the 5-year-old Lemon Roses. Super Tail of Houdini, another front rank, with Reveling starting a bit on the outside for Rodney Prescott to vie for the lead. With Super Tail of Houdini out to the stretch, Lemon Roses third. Printer's Row now fourth upon settling for Deshaun Parker as they enter the first turn. Then on the outside is Connect the Causeway, who's next, followed toward the rail by Rianti. In between horses, only time just inside, 6 furlongs to run. Posted wide is Harvey's Princess. We trail back to Zazzy Dazzle, and the gray Wicked Intent has dropped back to last. The quarter was 23.45 seconds as these fillies of mare make their way toward the half-mile pole with Andrea Rodriguez. It's Lemon Roses who leads at 56-1 from a close Super Tail of Houdini, who's running second by 5. Then it's Reveling just in third from Printers Row against the rail. With on the outside, Harvey's Princess now beginning a bid from 5th as they turn again. Rianti is a ground-saving 6th. Connect the Causeway in 7th, and they have inside 3 furlongs to go. Then comes Only Time. We trail back to Wicked Intent and Zazzy Dazzle. Half mile in 49.89 seconds. Here comes Super Tail of Houdini, who makes this move now for Edgar Morales. Super Tail of Houdini and Lemon Roses at the turn-in as Harvey's Princess now looms up for Alex Achard. 3/4, 1 minute 13.18 seconds. Harvey's Princess took the lead, 1 furlong to go from Super Tail of Houdini. Rianti staying on between horses. Only Time the Gray is charging, and deeper out is Wicked Intent with a late bid. They're close to home. Harvey's Princess. Harvey's Princess has won it by 3. Wicked Intent gained second from Rianti. Only Time finished 4th, then Connect the Causeway.
Racing Rachel here to tell you about our turf sponsor, Exmark Mowers. They offer amazing discounts for horsemen, and they are designed and engineered with over 35 years of innovation to keep Exmark mowers on the leading edge of cutting. I recently bought an Exmark mower, and it is the most comfortable and best cutting mower we have ever owned. Exmark, engineered by us, trusted by them, ready to work for you. Dedicated equine discounts and active equine participants save by calling 877-905-0004. time once again, ladies and gentlemen, for Mic'd Up. And today I have joining me the trainer of East Street Angel, Davaris Douglas. I don't know if he heard that I give swag away to the people who participate, but Brian, put that in my Dropbox, so I have to send that to Brian. But he volunteered. Davaris, I'm so glad that you are joining us for Mic'd Up. Thank you so much. Orlando Mojica is aboard, and she won by daylight last time and is moving up in class. That makes sense to me, but for some of the people who don't know about racing, tell everybody the decision-making process that goes into moving her up into this allowance.
I would say that the horses, she's very competitive. So in that last race, you know, she was very effective in the last race. So moving her up just kind of made sense to me, you know. So I would just want to see if she stay competitive with this class of horses, you know.
So I do. That's awesome. And tell me a little bit about her. We're showing her now. So she looks really classy, like she's totally at ease, looks really good in the paddock. But what kind of filly is she? What's her personality in the barn versus the racetrack?
I mean, you kind of said it. She kind of stay classy all around, you know, out inside the barn, outside on the track. She just classy all together, you know. That's just her personality. She kind of stays like that.
Well, thank you so much for doing Mic'd Up with us. I've got to bring you down some swag, and Deshaun, I owe him too. So I want to say that live so that all the other trainers that turned me down, Davaris gets some free swag for doing this. So thank you very much and good luck.
All right, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a couple of minutes here until this race, so let's talk about it. I've got the 6 on top. Wanted to hurry up and get Davaris' thoughts, but this is an Indiana-bred filly mare, 3-year-old and up, and these are all non-4, so we're in here with some horses that know what they're doing. Davaris' filly definitely does, but the 6 Unbridled Victory is my top selection. This is a 3-year-old filly by Unbridled Express, Deshaun Parker, and George Leonard. One of my favorite combinations. This is actually a switch to Deshaun. And this is a kind of interesting, the past performances for the 6. A lot of these wins have been on off track, and if you go back to the maiden breaking win, that was on a fast track. But I think it's so interesting that every time that she has ran on an off track since the maiden breaking race, she's won. She's very impressive, 5 of 6 in the money. And as I said, 2 of the 3 wins have been on an off track. But she gets a fast track today. She's won on it before. She looks calm there. George, a calm guy. His horses always seem to be that way as well. So that's my top selection. Then we'll go to the 8, as we probably just have a minute here. Poetic Verse. Shorty Perez for Bob Gorham. They have had some really nice winners this year. And obviously, I'm going off the class drop here. Ellen's Lucky Star and the First Lady Stakes were pretty tough. She's hiding there in her stall, and she's dropping down from a mile to 6 furlongs. And then we'll just quickly jump over here to the 3 at 7-1. Smooth Justice. Joe Ramos is aboard for Klopp. Ramos and Klopp have won the second race, so they are looking for a double together to team up here as he gets the leg up. 6 of 9 in the money. Just a really consistent 4-year-old filly. She's pretty impressive, looks good there. And the 7, of course, you have to throw in for the good luck angle on the Mic'd Up segment. 6-8-3-7 for me here in the 5th race. Good luck.
The horses are coming onto the track for the fifth race. This Fillies Mares Sprint, a field of 8. No scratches, no rider changes. Number 6, Unbridled Victory, 1 pound over. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Sprint starts off the 50-cent lead pick 4. Fast and Firm. 3 minutes until post time. Post time in 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the off. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 4 with this Fillies Mares Sprint. Fast and Firm. You have less than 1 minute now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Runners arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Now they're going in. Gage Holmes with Compressed Energy. Santo Sanjo with Don't You Remember. Deshaun Parker with Unbridled Victory. Edgar Morales, Miss Deputy Star, drew 2 in the blue. Smooth Justice, Joe Ramos won the second race maiden for Randy Klopp. East Street Angel, Orlando Mexico for Devaris Douglas, who joined Racing Rachel for Mic'd Up today. Now Rodney Prescott with Blue Vixen. The Grey Mare, one more. Eddie Perez with Poetic Verse at 6 furlongs. Here comes the 5th. All in line. And they're off. East Street Angel was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Unbridled Victory broke sharp. Miss Deputy Star is right there. Smooth Justice in the maroon with an early bid. Poetic Verse and toward the inside. Compressed Energy also part of that chasing pack. It's Unbridled Victory who sailed to the lead here for Deshaun Parker from Poetic Verse. Compressed Energy in the red cap with Smooth Justice racing a joint third inside a half mile to run. Blue Vixen is 5 from the front. Length and a half Miss Deputy Star. 3 lengths away. Don't You Remember, green with the white diamond belt. And after breaking awkwardly, East Street Angel trails. The Phillies Mare Sprint Unbridled Victory's quarter was 22.83 seconds, midpoint on the turn. It's Unbridled Victor, who just leads here. Poetic Verse, Unbridled Victory and Poetic Verse at the quarter pole together. Length and a half Blue Vixen, Smooth Justice, Miss Deputy Star, Don't You Remember toward the inside from Compressed Energy and East Street Angel last. Heads are turned for home, half mile 45.93 seconds, Unbridled Victory and Poetic Verse. And these two fighting hard for it deep in the final furlong. From on the outside, Smooth Justice, Don't You Remember is charging hard. They're close to home with Eddie Perez. Poetic Verse gains the upper hand. It's Poetic Verse. Poetic Verse just over Unbridled Victory. Third photo, Smooth Justice with Don't You Remember, then Compressed Energy next. Eight, 6, and then a show photo. 8, Poetic Verse, 2-1 first. 6, Unbridled Victory, 2-1 on the place horse. Third is a photo on the bob. Hold all bets until official. 111.29. 3, Smooth Justice third, and 5, Don't You Remember, finish fourth. 8, 6, 3, 5. Poetic Verse, the Jimmy Creed filly. Eddie Perez for Bob Gorham, Mass Thoroughbreds. 2-1 co-favorite, starts the late pick forward. Returning to the winner's circle, the 8, Poetic Verse with Eddie Perez. Poetic Verse is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Jimmy Creed. Out of Casey's Song of Prayer by Song and a Prayer. Bred in Indiana by Sugarland Thoroughbreds LLC. Bob Gorham trains for Henry Mast Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Poetic Verse. 2-1. Wins the Phillies Mare Sprint in 111.29. The fifth race official. 8-6 exact to pay 2020. 7-8 double, $29 even. 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. 1 with the 7 with Poetic Verse the 8. 50-cent pick 3 paid $143.25. 50-cent trifecta, 863, $24.25. And with Don't You Remember 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 8635, paid $13.36. All 8 ran 111.29, race 6 maiden turf, all 12 run. Number 12, Consider a Jockey change to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on the 26th race maiden, number 12, Consider. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time will be in 20 minutes off at 4:42. Reminding all fans, no live racing here tomorrow. Dark this weekend. Monday post time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Follow and tweet us at HS Indy Racing. Phillies Mare Sprint, race replay, next. And they're off. East Street Angel was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Unbridled Victory broke sharp. Miss Deputy Star is right there. Smooth Justice in the maroon with an early bid. Poetic Verse and toward the inside. Compressed Energy also part of that chasing pack. It's Unbridled Victory who sailed to the lead here for Deshaun Parker from Poetic Verse. Compressed Energy in the red cap with Smooth Justice racing a joint third inside a half mile to run. Blue Vixen is 5 from the front. Length and a half Miss Deputy Star. 3 lengths away. Don't You Remember green with the white diamond belt. And after breaking awkwardly, East Street Angel trails. The Phillies Mare Sprint Unbridled Victory's quarter was 22.83 seconds, midpoint on the turn. It's Unbridled Victor, who just leads here. Poetic Verse, Unbridled Victory, and Poetic Verse at the quarter pole together. Length and a half Blue Vixen, Smooth Justice, Miss Deputy Star, Don't You Remember toward the inside from Compressed Energy and East Street Angel last. Heads are turned for home, half mile 45.93 seconds, Unbridled Victory and Poetic Verse. And these two fighting hard for it deep in the final furlong. From on the outside, Smooth Justice, Don't You Remember is charging hard. They're close to home with Eddie Perez. Poetic Verse gains the upper hand. It's Poetic Verse. Poetic Verse just over Unbridled Victory. Third photo, Smooth Justice with Don't You Remember, then Compressed Energy next.
cutting into Brian's handicapping, but for a good reason. It is Mr. Otto Thorworth's birthday today. 30 years young, Otto.
Yeah, 30 again for the 20th year in a row.
Otto is our chaplain for Quarter Horse and Thoroughbred, and honestly, I came down here to give swag to my mic'd up participants, and he was walking by, and I just decided, let's just do it right for one of our own that's here today. So everybody, if you see this guy around, happy birthday, Otto.
Happy birthday, Otto. Certainly one of the best in the business right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and wishing him a very happy birthday. A full field of 12 set to navigate a mile and a 16th in here to kick off the rolling pick threes and daily doubles in this spot. I thought this race was challenging, and it looks like the bettors also agree, because 5-2 is the favorite at this point as a full field of boys all looking for their first career victory in here. Many of them trying the turf for the first time. Many also trying 2 turns for the first time. And one of those ones who's going to be trying the turf for the first time is Hitchpin, owned and trained by Randy Clapp. This is a 3-year-old gelding. And being by Texas Red, you would think they can handle any surface, but also handle the turf as well. An $18,000 purchase back in the 2020 sale here in Indiana. Joe Ramos and Randy Clapp, a jockey-trainer combination that you do not want to go against very often. They're winning at 27%. Not only is that an elite win percentage, but their ROI, 225, is positive as well, and they look to improve on that in here. A horse who really ran too good to lose last time out. I mean, I watched the replay back, and Hitchpin was acting up in the gate. He's a lot more well-behaved with his groom and handler in the paddock than he was in the gate just prior to the start. He was kind of thrashing all over, but he got the okay from the vet. He circled to the lead at the top of the lane and just got beat by Rookwood, who had a perfect trip that day. But I love the way he's turned out today. This is a 3-year-old gelding who's certainly feeling good, showing good energy, looking around, got that head up, those ears up, and the coat looks excellent for Randy Clapp and his groom, his entire staff turned this one out. And I'm hopeful that he can run as good as he looks, because he's single on my pick 5. Trying the turf for the first time, a little bit of a question mark in here, but I'm hopeful that he can run back to how well he did last time out. He is your co-favorite right now at 7-2, because number 11, Awesome Justice, is a horse who's taken a ton of action early on, now drifting up to 7-2, currently co-favorite in this spot. Wiseman going to be calling the shots in here for Robert Klein. This will only be the third starter that Robert Klein has sent here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. 0 for 2 has yet to hit the board, but he does win nationally at 15% around the country. You've got Lemon Drop Kid, Harlan's Holiday. The breeding's certainly there for the turf. Now, they did debut on July 14th at the turf at Belterra Park. That was going 5 furlongs. They took a little of action. I mean, they went 13-1 in an 8-horse field, only beaten by a length and a half that day. Didn't know much about the starting gate. It was slow away, one of the slowest away in that race. Finished with a rush. Now, the tendency for handicappers, and I fall into it a little bit, is if a horse closes ground well going 5 furlongs, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to handle extra ground. And that could be the case in here with Awesome Justice. He did go to a sprint race on the dirt in the mud where he closed ground again. I'm just not sure all this distance will necessarily affect his closing kick. Now, breeding would suggest that he can handle it. The siblings, their average win distance is 7.8. The mare, she had one win in an 8-race career. That lone win did come sprinting, but it did come at 6.5 furlongs at Santa Anita. I just wasn't sure if this horse can really stretch out the first time and maintain that closing kick. And breaking from post number 11, they might have to sit a little bit closer than they've been accustomed to early on in their career. But number 2 is a horse I don't want to leave off any of my tickets. It's the other Randy Klopp trainee. Sam Bermuda is going to be aboard in here. The breeding, impeccable for on the turf course. This is a horse who's bred to be on the turf, has siblings, including Eridus Leo, who's won on the turf and been on the turf. And then Red Pixie, you've got Beer House. I mean, the breeding up and down suggests this one will improve on the turf. They tried to get on the turf in the debut, rained off, they come right back on the turf, and you're going to get a big number on a Randy Klopp trainee in here, well above 15-1 at this point. 5-11-2 for me, a very tricky maiden race coming up for race number 6. Good luck.
The horses coming on to the track for the 6th race. It's the Otto Thorwarth Birthday Cup over the mile and a 16th, infield of 12. Number 12, Consider a jockey change to Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. on 12, Consider Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, Happy Birthday Otto. 3 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. At a mile and a 16th, we're loading up. Deshaun Parker, Mr. Macho has the rail draw. Sando Sanjor Basscoat is in. Mr. Macho 5-1 from the rail draw. Awesome Justice 5-2 favorite. Now 5-2 Indy Biz. Mr. Macho has joined Basscoat. Sammy Bermudez with Whiskey Weekend drew 2. Edgar Morales, Brent Spence coming up. Now Joshua Morales with Cog. Brent Spence is in. Here comes Cog. Tommy Pompel with Kangaroo Talk. Air Horse 1 drone view. Loading up at the mile and a 16th. Prentice Gage Holmes with Montreux. Sergio Ramos. Hitch pins in. Manny Escobar with Indy Biz. Brian Rivera, White Silver Sands loaded. Now Isaiah Wiseman with Awesome Justice, Drew 11. Indy Biz holds a 5-2 favorite over the mile and a 16th. Awesome Justice in. One more. Marcelo Pedrosa Jr. with 26 times started. Consider. Give it a 41-1 chance. They're in the gate. And they're off. And toward the inside, Mr. Macho, Whiskey Weekend. Here's an early bid by Hitchpin. Indy Biz is also prominent in the early stages. It's Mr. Macho. Mr. Macho toward the inside, Hitchpin, Indy Biz across the course, Whiskey Weekend in the white cap, joined on the outside by Brent Spence going forward into fourth. Whiskey Weekend is fifth, White Silver Sands in sixth, Cog is a ground saving seventh, with Basscoat running in eighth position. Then toward the inside, saving ground is Kangaroo Talk outside that, the Purple Silks of Awesome Justice with just under 6 furlongs to run. We trail back to Montreux running in 11th, and Consider has drifted back to be 12th and last. 23.76 lean seconds going up the back of the course. And toward the inside, Mr. Macho for Deshaun Parker dictates the maiden turf pace. It's Mr. Macho who just leads a close-up Indy Biz with Hitchpin looking to draw in from third. Past the half-mile pole, Brent Spence running in fourth. Then White Silver Sands in fifth. Basscoat is sixth. Whiskey Weekend in seventh as they turn again. Then comes Cog from on the outside, Kangaroo Talk. Awesome Justice being asked to pick up by Isaiah Wiseman, still some ways from home. Then we trail back to Montreux, and Consider remains last. Half mile in 50.72. Through the far turn, coming toward the quarter pole. Indy Biz is forged ahead of Mr. Macho. Hitchpin right there at the point of attack. And on the outside is Brent Spence, a 4-wide move. Saving ground, White Silver Sands. Kangaroo Talk is right there too. They come for home. Then Basscoat, Awesome Justice, and the rail. Whiskey Weekend. 3/4, 1 minute 14.59 seconds. It's Kangaroo Talk took the lead. Charging is Brent Spence. In between horses, Hitchpin. Mr. Macho gives way. They're close to home. It's Kangaroo Talk. Kangaroo Talk for Tommy Pompel. Kangaroo Talk on top at 12-1. Basscoat came running out the end to grab Brent Spence for second. And then was Hitchpin fourth, from Awesome Justice fifth, and White Silver Sands head of the rest. Number 4, Kangaroo Talk. 12-1 first. They've called for a place photo after the maiden turf. Hold all bets until official. 146.43. 4785. 4 Kangaroo Talk first. 7 Basscoat. 56-1 on the place horse. 8 Brent Spence. At 8-1 Lost Place Late. And fourth, number 5 Hitchpin at 9-2. Unofficial running order after race 6. 4785, it's Kangaroo Talk, Tommy Pompel for Jay Holden. Kangaroo Talk out to the maiden ranks in start 12. The result of the sixth race official. The winning groom leading in the 4, Kangaroo Talk with Tommy Pompel. Kangaroo Talk is a 5-year-old dark mare brown mare by Hampton Court. Out of Not So Silent Dawn by Aisha Masamuni. Brennan, Indiana by Jay Holden and Arvin Holden. Kangaroo Talk, she races for her breeders. Takes out the maiden in 146.43. $26.40 to win on the mare. 4-7 exacta, 708.40. 8-4 double paid 107.60. $1,589.50, the 50-cent trifecta. 50-cent pick 3 on races 4, 5, and 6. 7 with the 8 with the 4 Kangaroo Talk, 93.40 pick 3. And the 10-cent superfecta, Hitchpin ran 4th. 4-7-8-5, dime super, $1,960.69. All 12 ran. 7th race, no changes in the next sprint, all 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta bets. Double final pick 3 on a 9-race offering. Post time in 19 minutes. 5:13 post time. Fast and firm. And they're off. And toward the inside, Mr. Macho, Whiskey Weekend. Here's an early bid by Hitchpin. Indy Biz is also prominent in the early stages. It's Mr. Macho. Mr. Macho toward the inside, Hitchpin, Indy Biz across the course. Whiskey Weekend in the white cap, joined on the outside by Brent Spence going forward into 4th. Whiskey Weekend is 5th. White Silver Sands in 6th. Cog is a ground saving 7th, with Basscoat running in 8th position. Then toward the inside, saving ground is Kangaroo Talk. Outside that, the Purple Silks of Awesome Justice with just under 6 furlongs to run. We trail back to Montreux running in 11th, and Consider has drifted back to be 12th and last. 23.76 lean seconds going up the back of the course. And toward the inside, Mr. Macho for Deshaun Parker dictates the maiden turf pace. It's Mr. Macho who just leads a close-up Indy Biz with Hitchpin looking to draw in from 3rd. Past the half-mile pole, Brent Spence running in 4th. Then White Silver Sands in 5th. Basscoat is 6th. Whiskey Weekend in 7th as they turn again. Then comes Cog from on the outside, Kangaroo Talk. Awesome Justice being asked to pick up by Isaiah Wiseman, still some ways from home. Then we trail back to Montreux, and Consider remains last. Half mile in 50.72. Through the far turn, coming toward the quarter pole. Indy Biz is forged ahead of Mr. Macho. Hitchpin right there at the point of attack. And on the outside is Brent Spence, a 4-wide move. Saving ground, White Silver Sands. Kangaroo Talk is right there too. They come for home. Then Basscoat, Awesome Justice, and the rail. Whiskey Weekend. 3/4, 1 minute 14.59 seconds. It's Kangaroo Talk took the lead. Charging is Brent Spence. In between horses, Hitchpin. Mr. Macho gives way. They're close to home. It's Kangaroo Talk. Kangaroo Talk for Tommy Pompel. Kangaroo Talk on top at 12-1. Basscoat came running out the end to grab Brent Spence for 2nd, and then was Hitchpin 4th from And fans, it's time for this week's edition of This Week in Horseshoe Indianapolis History. 20 years ago this week, Miss Centerville, written by Joe Johnson for trainer Joe Kane, won the 8th season opener there at Hoosier Park in the $22,000 maiden special weight. Mike Chandler owns the 2-year-old Indiana-bred filly. This week in Indiana racing history, August 22nd through the 25th.
Just 9 minutes away from race number 7, our final thoroughbred dirt race of the week. We do have a little bit of everything left for this final pick 3. We've got a thoroughbred race on dirt, thoroughbred race, which is the Grayson Grass Challenge in race number 8 on the turf. And then we've got a very nice field of allowance quarter horses going 350 yards. So still plenty of variety for this final pick 3 of the week. And I happen to go to a horse who's going to be making their debut here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and that is the 5-year-old named Comiskey Park. In here, 3 for 16, a horse you'd love to own, has hit the board in 10 of 16 starts with just under $75,000 in earnings. And speaking of those earnings, 42,000 of them have come this year, hitting the board in 5 of 6. Loves to have the lead, likes to play his cards early, and that's go to the front and play catch me if you can. The last time they were successful at doing that was earlier in April at Hawthorne. Since then, they've been a loser of numerous photo finishes on both the turf and the dirt as well. Some tough defeats where they lost by less than half a length. 3 out of the last 4 races. Orlando Mojica going to try and bring this good-looking son of Carpe Diem to the lead and to the winner's circle as the one to catch to cash at 6-5. But certainly going to have to deal with Amongst Friends. That's in post position number 6. Currently on the board at 4-1. A lot better value in here, 4-1 versus 6-5. Rodney Prescott looking for yet another winner on the card with Randy Matthews in here. And they've done well. I mean, this was essentially a giveaway at the Keeneland sale. $3,700. They don't get much lower than that, but the connections have done splendid with this 4-year-old, making just under $100,000, $92,000 in earnings thus far. Exits a race in the slop. They do have a win in the slop, but certainly will appreciate being back on the fast main track in here, where when they were last seen on a fast main track, Ashard was calling the shots over in Louisville, and they were getting the non-winners of 2 taken care of at Churchill Downs, likely facing tougher in that spot, but going up in class, going from a sloppy track to a fast main track. We'll see if the Calumet bred farms who bred this horse can get Amongst Friends home a winner in here for the good-looking gray by Oxbow. But maybe the best value in the field at this point, at least for me, is Big Nick. I do think this race is wide open. It's tough to have a 1-2 shot on paper on top in a race that looks so wide open. Many of these on their best day can certainly win this race, and this one no different. The only question is Big Nick, he hasn't been seen since June. Took all of July off and most of August in here, seeing it's the 25th for this 4-year-old son by Bayern. who dominated last time out, albeit it was against easier competition, but they took that $30,000 claim and picked up a paycheck right off the bat for Eric Foster, who both owns and trains this one, but certainly a little bit of a concern with the layoff because that's not something that the Foster gang usually does or does very much, and they don't do so with success, only winning at 4% for layoffs similar to this one. We'll see if Big Nick can reverse that or at least improve on that 4% win rate, but you have to love when a trainer owns and trains, and they went to the winner's circle last time out. They do come back protected, so it's not like this is a layoff and a class drop. This is romp last time out, give the horse a little bit of a break, come back in a protected, could be a confident move as well. 7-1 on the good-looking Big Nick. But I'm going to see if the newcomer, the fresh face, Comiskey Park, can play Catch Me If You Can on the front end. But this is an excellent betting race because the 1-2 shot certainly does not need to win this race. And if it doesn't, big balloons and big payouts could ensue as we're just 5 minutes away from race number 7. Good luck and enjoy your weekend.
The horses call posted now for the 7th race, this sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 9. There are no program changes, all 9 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta bets. Double final pick 3 on the day starts with a sprint. 2 minutes to post time, fast and firm. 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time here. All 9 run in the sprint. Less than 1 minute. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Manny Escobar with Classic King. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with BLE. Now Rodney Prescott amongst friends. The Great coming up. Gage Holmes with Skyline Drew 2. Orlando Mexico with Comiskey Park loads a 7-5 sprint favorite. Big Nick, Tommy Pompel riding for a double. Now Sammy Bermudez with Stop. Hammer Time. Edgar Morales with Tango Charlie Drew 8. At 6 furlongs, one more. Fernando de la Cruz with Carmelito, White Turquoise Stars. They're all in line. They're off and sprinting. Stop Hammer Time hopped in the air, drifts back to last. Big Nick broke sharp. Toward the inside, here's Comiskey Park in the blue cap, who's going for an early attack now for Orlando Mexica. And Comiskey Park takes the lead from sharp starting Big Nick, who's in pursuit. With to the inside, Classic King vying for third as they head to the half-mile pole. In between horses, Skyline's in a tight spot, kept in by Carmelito. It's a break of a length then to Tango Charlie, who's next, some 6 lengths off the leader at the 3.5. We trail back to wide the gray amongst friends, BLE the rail, and Stop Hammer Time has drifted back to be ninth and last. The quarter for Comiskey Park, 22.81 seconds. Comiskey Park leads Big Nick coming toward the quarter pole. With on the outside, Tango Charlie up into third. Dropping back toward the inside was Carmelito, half mile in 45.17 seconds. Comiskey Park spins them in. It's Comiskey Park who leads coming down toward the final furlong. From on the outside, Tango Charlie, who's charging hard toward the rail. Here comes this bid by Classic King. It's Tango Charlie who takes the lead from Comiskey Park, who battles on toward the inside. Tango Charlie for Edgar Morales. Tango Charlie takes it 3/4 length to Comiskey Park. Amongst friends was third on the wire there with Stop Hammer Time, who came charging from out of last, and Classic King held the rail. Eight, 3, 6, and then a photo. 109.81. After the 7th race sprint, 109.81. 12-1. Tango Charlie first. 3, Comiskey Park at 9-5 second. Number 6, Amongst Friends. 2-1 third. Stand by for the 4th and 5th for the Pentafecta. 109.81. Another long odds winner on the card. It's 12-1 here. Tango Charlie. Edgar Morales for Randy Morse. Doyle Williams, Virginia bred, son of Hard Spun. It's Tango Charlie at 12-1. Classic King ran 4th, and Stop Hammer Time finished 5th. Unofficial, 8-3-6-1-4. Returning to the winner's circle, the 8 Tango Charlie with Edgar Morales. Tango Charlie is a 4-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Hardspun. Out of Gem by Elusive Quality, bred in Virginia by Morgan's Ford Farm in Godolphin. Randy Morse trains for owner Doyle Williams. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Tango Charlie. 12-1 sprint winner, clocked 109.81. It's official. The 8-3 exacta returned $133.20. 10-cent pentafecta paid $141.87. 50-cent trifecta, 836, $92.05. 4-8 double, 401.80. 10-cent superfecta, 8361, $86.77. 50-cent pick 3, 848, paid $351.55. All 9 ran 109.81. And the 8th race, Turf Mile, scratch the also eligibles. 12 Gopher Sherry and 13 Wild Card Prado, scratch the 12 and 13. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Pentafecta bet starts at the late double. Firm and Fast. Post time for the 8th race, round 8 to the Grayson Grass Challenge, 5:45. That's in 22 minutes time. Toward the inside, here's Comiskey Park in the blue cap, who's going for an early attack now for Orlando Mejica. And Comiskey Park takes the lead from sharp starting Big Nick, who's in pursuit. With toward the inside, Classic King vying for third as they head toward the half-mile pole. In between horses, Skyline's in a tight spot, kept in by Carmelito. It's a break of a length then to Tango Charlie, who's next, some 6 lengths off the leader at the 3.5. We trail back to Wide the Gray Amongst Friends, BLE the Rail, and Stop Hammer Time has drifted back to be 9th and last. The quarter for Comiskey Park, 22.81 seconds. Comiskey Park leads Big Nick coming toward the quarter pole. With on the outside, Tango Charlie up into third. Dropping back toward the inside was Carmelito, half mile in 45.17 seconds. Comiskey Park spins them in. It's Comiskey Park who leads coming down toward the final furlong. From on the outside, Tango Charlie, who's charging hard toward the rail. Here comes this bid by Classic King. It's Tango Charlie, who takes the lead from Comiskey Park, who battles on toward the inside. Tango Charlie for Edgar Morales. Tango Charlie takes it 3/4 length to Comiskey Park. Amongst Friends was third on the wire there with
After a special Labor Day weekend Saturday card, we will have some alternate dates the following week. There'll be no racing Monday, September 5th, Labor Day. And we will add a special Friday racing date September 9th. First post at 2:10 p.m. Be sure to mark your calendars.
Feel the excitement with TwinSpires.com, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and Breeders' Cup. With TwinSpires.com, place legal wagers and watch live horse racing wherever you are on any device. Sign up, play, and win today. New players use promo code FREE100 on sign up to start your $100 bonus. With TwinSpires.com, you can bet on horse racing. Get the TwinSpires.com app to receive special offers and the most up-to-date information. Terms and conditions apply. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Nine minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this is the Grace and Grass Challenge race where me and the boys are trying to raise money for equine research. 3-year-old up starter optional claiming for 15 a mile on the grass. Scratch both also eligibles, 12 and 13 right now. The favorite is the 2, No Brag, Just Fact, who I am going to go with on top here. First, before we get into the 2, just want to let you guys know, through race 7, the race 2 paid $12.80, race 3 $30, race 6 $26.40, and race 7 Tango Charlie. So I put a little bit of money on some long shots, and hopefully it pays off because that has definitely been the trend today. With that being said, Santos Sanger is aboard the 2 for Eric Helsman, and this one is this race is a mile on the grass. Back January 22nd, going a mile. Now, that's a little bit different at Fairgrounds, I believe. This is a flat mile, but 84 Brisnet speed figure and a win there. And other very similar speed figures at a flat mile for this 7-year-old horse. He has not been worse than second in 6 starts. So going all the way back to last winter. He's been placed in these starter optional claimers, and he just really is competitive. And last time out, or maybe it was 2 back, he ran against Evil Eye, and he's just, look at him. I mean, that's a majestic creature right there. He looks good. He looks fit. He fits this class. He tries really hard. He comes from off the pace or just close to the pace. So No Brag just fact looks like the one to beat to me. And then I'm going to go to the 7, who I just mentioned. Evil Eye is 16-1 right now on the tote board. Sammy Bermudez aboard for Tony Cunningham. Quarter horse and thoroughbred, it doesn't matter. Tony can train them all. And this is another one. I went through the mile races, and if you go back to September 13th last year, Second by a Nose is the beaten favorite. Looked really good there, and then May 12th this year started out with the DQ, got into a little bit of trouble there, and was pushed back to 7th, but the July 6th try was only beaten a length and a half for 3rd. So pretty competitive. And then if you go through those races, you got Maligator who came back to win, Fly Nightly who came back to win. He's ran against No Brag, Just Facts, and Firewater Jake a couple times. So they've been kind of knocking heads, and we'll see what happens. But I've got Evil Eye in my exacta. And then Firewater Jake, who I just mentioned, I'm going to put in for my trifecta, 9-2 right now. Mitchell Merle is aboard for George Leonard. George is 18% when he's the beaten favorite, which was the case last time out. He was only beaten for 4th by 1.5 lengths. So it was right there with him in that race. And also does have some really nice races at the distance. 3 of 4 wins have been at the mile distance, and 5 of 7 second-place finishes. Jockeys are getting the leg up, and horses are headed to the track here in our Grayson Grass Challenge race. If you'd like to donate, go to the website. Super easy to find. 2711 for me. Good luck.
The horses are coming onto the track now for the 8th race, this turf mile. A field of 11. Scratch the also eligibles. Both were entered as main track onlys. 12 Gopher Sherry and 13 Wildcard Prado Turf Firm. Scratch the 12 and number 13, the MTOs. This turf mile with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta bets. Start of the final double. Race 9 we close today with a quarter horse juvenile allowance over the 350 yards. Fast, no wind. 9th race, scratch 2, Kingmaker Ivory. 9th and final for the quarter horses, scratch the 2. Firm, fast, and 3 minutes away from post time for the turf mile. Round 8 of the Grayson Grass Challenge. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We've now drawn to within 1 minute of post time for the turf mile. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses crossing over to the Exmark Mowers turf course, going down to the mile start. Course here rated firm. We've had the turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. Wrapping up today. Monday post time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Loading up for the mile. Gage Holmes with Stewards rules. Sando Sanjor, no brag, just fact. Joe Ramos with Mystery Unbridled. Mystery Unbridled has joined No Brag, Just Fact. Stewards Rules has the rail draw. We're loading up. Sammy Bermudez with Evil Eye. Now Blue Ridge Mountain to Sean Parker for Joe Sharp, Drew 3. Eddie Perez with Moment. Tommy Pompel, Unbridled Beast, coming up. Francisco Adianta with All West. Now Fernando de la Cruz, Criminal Defense in the Emerald Green. Two back, Rodney Prescott with Through the Vine, Drew 10. Stand by, one more for the mile. Mitchell Morrow with Firewater Jake. No brag, just fact, 9-5 favorite. They're in the gate. And they're off. Evil Eye from those inside gates. Stewards Rules with No Brag, Just Fact. And here's Moment going for an early attack now for Eddie Perez. And it's Moment who just leads out from Through the Vine, who comes up on the outside. Stewards Rules holds that position with the rail. And the gray Mystery Unbridled also looking to mix it up with ease as they enter the first turn. Firewater Jake secures position in 5th as they go to the back of the course. Evil Eye is 6th. No Brag, Just Fact broke sharp for Sando Sanjor. Now we're settled 7th. While racing 2 clear from on the outside, Unbridled Beast. Toward the rail, All West. It's a break of 4 more to Criminal Defense. And with Deshaun Parker, Blue Ridge Mountain trails the turf mile. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.31 seconds with Gage Holmes. It's Stewards Rules who leads with the rail at those long odds. Stewards Rules out in front of, in between horses, Mystery Unbridled. And on the outside is Moment, 3rd and close up. Firewater Jake rides the rail for Mitchell Murrell. Then between horses is Evil Eye. Through the Vine, flash speed, but has dropped back. Here's No Brag, Just Fact, who's picking up on the outside as Evil Eye steadies in traffic. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Blue Ridge Mountain is gaining on the extreme outside the blue cap. All West toward the rail. Then it's Unbridled Beast, who leads only Criminal Defense for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.32 seconds at the turn-in. No Brag, Just Fact swept to the lead from Stewards Rules. Firewater Jake dropping back All West. Charging now. Here's Evil Eye. And Blue Ridge Mountain is staying on stoutly from the back. They come inside the final half furlong. Here's Blue Ridge Mountain. Blue Ridge Mountain hits the front. Blue Ridge Mountain last to first. Half length better than Evil Eye. All West, No Brag, Just Fact. Firewater Jake followed them home. Stewards Rules flattened Criminal Defense. Next across was Through the Vine with Unbridled Beast, Mystery Unbridled, and among those last home was Moment. Three, 7-2-4, the 11 for the Pentafecta. 3, Blue Ridge Mountain. 4-1 first. Number 7, Evil Eye. 9-1 on the place horse. 2, No Brag, Just Fact. 8-5 favorite, ran 3rd. 4, All West 4th, and Firewater Jake for the Grand High 5. It was round 8 of the Grayson Grass Challenge. It's 3, Blue Ridge Mountain. 4-1, Deshaun Parker for Joe Sharp. 137.15 after round 8 of the Grayson Grass Challenge. We did have a loose horse on the back of the course. That was Moment, now pulled up by the outrider. Round about the 5 furlong pole, jockey Eddie Perez is up, and the outrider has a hold of Moment. They pulled up that loose horse. The result of the 8th race official. Round 8 to the Grayson Grass Challenge. For the handicappers in the 3rd annual Grayson Grass Challenge. After the running of round 8, there's always next week. Returning to the winner's circle, the 3 Blue Ridge Mountain. Last to first, under the veteran hands of Deshaun Parker. Blue Ridge Mountain is a 6-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Tapazar. At a snow cone by Crypto Clearance, bred in Kentucky by St. Elias Stables LLC for Joe Sharp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Blue Ridge Mountain. Paid 4-1, 137.15. Blue Ridge Mountain gets the Cody photo. Results and prices. 10-cent Pentafecta. Firewater Jake ran 5th. 10-cent Pentafecta paid $241.49. 3-7 Exacta, $94.40. Handicapper Nick Luck had a trifecta key with Blue Ridge Mountain, 372, $60.35. 10-cent Superfecta, $56.43. Straight Fire 6 Jackpot rolls over to our Monday card for $8,358. $8,800. Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5. Results and prices after the turf mile. 11 ran, 137.15. We close with a quarter horse juvenile over the 350 yards, fast, no wind. Scratch 2 Kingmaker Ivory, scratch the 2. No jockey changes, 1 Secret Horn plus 7. 3 Rock On, 6 pounds over. The 4 Freedom Speaks plus 7. Number 5 Tell Them About It, 2 pounds over. 7 AJK Forgiven plus 2 pounds makes it 126. And the 8 WRS Have a Dasher for the top team. Juan Marquez Randy Smith, 2 pounds over, makes it 126. The 8 plus 2. Scratch the 2, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Pentafecta quarter horse bats at 616. And they're off. Evil Eye floods inside gates. Stewards rules with no brag, just fact. And here's Moment going for an early attack now for Eddie Perez. And it's Moment who just leads out from through the vine, who comes up on the outside. Stewards rules, holds that position with the rail. And the gray Mystery Unbridled also looking to mix it up with these as they enter the first turn. Firewater Jake secures position in 5th as they go to the back of the course. Evil Eye is 6th. No brag, just fact. Broke sharp for Santo Sanjor. Now we're settled 7th. While racing 2 clear from on the outside, Unbridled Beast. Toward the rail, all west. To break a 4 more to Criminal Defense. And with Deshaun Parker, Blue Ridge Mountain trails the turf mile. The first 2 of 8 furlongs in 23.31 seconds with Gage Holmes. It's Stewards Rules who leads with the rail at those long odds. Stewards Rules out in front of, in between horses, Mystery Unbridled. And on the outside is Moment, 3rd and close up. Firewater Jake rides the rail for Mitchell Murrell. But in between horses is Evil Eye. Through the vine, flash speed, but is dropped back. Here's No Brag. Just Fact, who's picking up on the outside as Evil Eye steadies in traffic. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Blue Ridge Mountain is gaining on the extreme outside the blue cap. All west toward the rail. Then it's Unbridled Beast, who leads only Criminal Defense for home. 3/4, 1 minute 12.32 seconds at the turn in. No Brag, Just Fact swept to the lead from Stewards Rules. Firewater Jake dropping back all west. Charging now. Here's Evil Eye. And Blue Ridge Mountain is staying on stoutly from the back. They come inside the final half furlong. Here's Blue Ridge Mountain. Blue Ridge Mountain hits the front. Blue Ridge Mountain last to first. Half length better than Evil Eye. All west, No Brag, Just Fact. Firewater Jake follows.
10 minutes to the 9th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've transitioned over to quarter horses. A 2-year-old allowance. We are 10 minutes to a 350-yard contest. The 2 Kingmaker Ivory is out. I've got the outside on top, the 8, which, you know, in the past years, it has been the outside that's been super hot in quarter horse racing, but recently it's changed. So I do have the 1, but I'm thinking maybe I should have put it on top. But regardless, I love WRS Have a Dasher. Juan Marquez aboard for Randy Smith. As John and I talked about in the pre-race show, the 4 trials last night, they were very, very nice, and Randy won 3 of them. Won an excellent ride for him yesterday too. Last time out was at 350 yards in that futurity trial, the better's favorite there. Usually breaks pretty well, kind of drifted in the last race before that, but honestly is a really, really nice 2-year-old filly. You see Randy's saddling her there on the walk, getting her reins tied up, and she honestly is always close. She's always there. Her times are always super competitive, and we'll see what happens tonight on the outside draw. I know he probably wishes he had the inside, and then I'm going to go with Tim's horse, the 1, which is the even money favorite right now, as my 8 On Cue walks out of the shot, and the 1 is standing in the background waiting. Like I said earlier, I love when a plan comes together. This is a 2-year-old gelding by Habit Secret. First prize, Perry Dam. Shamari Davis owns and bred this one. Tim Eggleston trains. Rolando Pena aboard. Both outs, 1 win, and the other win got DQ'd to last. So that's just kind of how it goes in quarter horse racing. Sloppy track. That debut ended up getting DQ'd, but then came back and showed what he could do in the last race. He pops out of the gate so nicely. Looking for that to be the case, and if he does on the inside, he should fly. It's really no doubt why this one's the even money favorite. The inside in quarter horse races right now is just on fire. The 7 AJK Forgiven. Jose Ruiz is aboard here for Sacramento Chave. This one's bred and owned by Jose Chave. It's making its 5th lifetime start, 1 win, 2 seconds. And really, the first 3 races for this one were really nice. Nosed out a couple times and at high odds on debut. I don't think anybody really gave him much look, but this is another one that has just popped out of the gate. Drifts a little bit in the lane one time, but still won. If they lose ground like that and still won, you know that's a quick horse. And he is just alert, ears pricked, looking good there, hanging out with his man, his groom. So 2 seconds a win, and then last time out in the Gordon Mobley just didn't fire, but I think getting back to where he's going to be competitive. 817 for me. Here in the last and final race, the jockeys are getting the leg up. Horses are headed to the track. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Juvenile stepping onto the track for the 9th race. This quarter horse allowance over the 350 yards. Fast Track No Wind, scratch 2, Kingmaker Ivory. Scratch the 2. Overweights reported, the 1 Secret Horn plus 7. 3 Rock On, 6 pounds over. The 4 Freedom Speaks plus 7. 5 Tell 'em About It, 2 pounds over. 7 AJK Forgiven plus 2. And the 8 WRS Have a Dasher, 2 pounds over, makes it 126. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta bets, scheduled at 6:16. Again, reminding all fans, no live racing here Friday, dark this weekend. Monday post time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. Follow and tweet us at HS Indy Racing. 4 minutes to the finale. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. 7-5 final. Favorite Secret Horn uses a flipping halter. Flipping halter for Rock On has joined Secret Horn, both for Tim Eggleston. We're loading up. Now tell them about it. Secret Horn getting fractious in the gate. It's the 6-5 final. Favorite Secret Horn. Freedom Speaks in. Now Taka's Secret. She's moved into line, Taka's Secret. Secret Horn getting really fidgety for the finale. Settle down, Secret Horn. At 7-5. Still two back. AJK Forgiven in the green. One more. Juan Marquez with WRs. Have a dasher. Like Tell Him About It, both for Randy Smith. Last of the day. Secret Horn 6-5 final favorite all in. They're off racing 350 yards. Fast start for Rock On. Secret Horn holds the rail. Freedom Speaks. Tell Him About It. Taka's Secret. AJK Forgiven. WR's Harvard Dasher. As these two-year-olds dash inside the final 110 yards for LD Martinez. Rock On. Rock On to win it from Taka's Secret. Third photo. Secret Horn. A nose with Freedom Speaks. Tell Him About It. AJK Forgiven. And WR's Have a Dasher was last home. We're standing by for the full running order from the judges after the juvenile dash. Fast no wind. It was 6-1 on Rock On. LD Martinez for Tim Eggleston. Taka's Secret was a 23-1. 3-6 for Freedom Speaks. 13-1 third. Edge 1 Secret Horn. Even money final favorite was fourth. And Tell Him About It for the quarter horse Pentafecta. It's 3-6-4-1-5. $17.67 clocked Rock On. 17.67 fast. Wind, nada. Returning to the winner's circle, the 3, Rock On, with LD Martinez. Rock On is a 2-year-old Sorrel colt by First Moon Flash out of the taken on the Cashmere Kitty DeVille. Bred in Oklahoma by owner Richard Johnson, trained by Tim Eggleston. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Rock On. Takes out the Juvenile Dash, 17.67 fast, no wind. It's official. $0.10 Pentafecta paid $595.62. Exacta 36209.40. 50-cent trifecta 364 paid $315.95. 33 double 99.60. $289.26 on the 10-cent superfecta with Secret Horn 4th. And the final pick 3 on the card, 833, paid $535.90. 17.67 fast, no wind. That concludes our live racing program for today and this race week. Thanks to all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. No live racing Friday nor this weekend. Back on Monday with a 2:30 p.m. Eastern opener. Follow and tweet us again at HS Indy Racing on Twitter. Final race replay coming up of the Juvenile Dash. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth today and this race week and this race meet. Until next time, track announcer John G. Dooley saying goodnight. All in. They're off, racing 350 yards. Fast start for Rock On. Secret Horn holds the rail. Freedom Speaks. Tell them about it. Taka's Secret. AJK Forgiven. WRS Harvard Dasher. As these 2-year-olds dash inside the final 110 yards for LD Martinez. Rock On. Rock On to win it from Taka's Secret. Third photo. Secret Horn. A nose.